Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for December 15th, 2020. I call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Of course, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci? Mayor Fury?
Present. On Monday, December 14th, 2020, subsequent to the posting of the agenda on Thursday, December 10th, the city attorney received a ruling in the case of Jermaine Henderson et al. Versus City of Torrance et al. Case number CV 18-3918, M as in Mary, W as in William, F as in Frank, EX. City Council will not meet again until January 12th, 2021, and the city attorney requires immediate instruction from the City Council. Because time is of the essence in this matter, the city attorney requests that the City Council consider discussing this matter in closed session this evening. In order to take action on a matter that is not on the agenda, the California Government Code requires a determination by a 2/3 vote of the council that immediate action is necessary and that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. Do I have such a motion? Councilmember Chen?
I move to concur with City Attorney's request.
Councilmember Griffith?
Second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci? Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. The City Council will consider this item as part of tonight's closed session agenda as item 14C, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, public employee performance evaluation, 14B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and now 14C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54957B1 and 54956.9D1 and D2. Following the closed session, the council will recess for City Council workshop at 6 p.m. till 7 p.m. and will call the City Council meeting back to order in open session at 7 p.m. We will see you then. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for December 15th, 2020. I first want to apologize that we've been in a workshop and it went a little extra, so we're starting a little late. But prior to that, we were in closed session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report from our exec session?
Thank you, Your Honor. There's nothing to report.
Thank you. As I said, good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight for our final City Council meeting of 2020. And thank you again to those who were able to attend the Downtown Revitalization Plan workshop at 6 p.m. Many of you have stuck by us since the beginning of the year and through this pandemic. We appreciate your desire and dedication to tune in from home and remain connected to what's going on locally in your city. We continue our effort to support our local business community. Last week, we launched a new fund campaign to showcase our restaurants on social media. As we know, due to the huge spike in coronavirus cases in recent weeks, the CDC is recommending that families cancel their holiday travel or plan to gather indoors with large groups and to instead limit their celebration to those in their immediate households. All of this means that extended families may not be able to reunite this holiday season. So in order to make the holidays less lonely and really kind of funny, we are inviting you to eat with us by ordering takeout from a Torrance restaurant for a chance to win a cardboard cutout of yourself or a family member to eat with you. We know it's silly, and it's supposed to be. The point is to support our local businesses, so just join the fun. Today's cardboard cutout winner was Peggy Klein, and she just paid it forward by donating her cutout to a city volunteer who has been tirelessly working to help people and businesses in Old Torrance during this pandemic and has not been able to see her mom at her nursing home. We hope this cutout brings a smile to your faces this holiday season. You can find information on how to participate at torranceca.gov/eatwithus. We continue to run normal businesses for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who have met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but at a later time, obviously. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to the agenda-sized hearing will be taken as part of that actual hearing. You may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in. Please be aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls. So you may not get in the first time, may get a busy signal. So if this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thanks. So the next items on our agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Kalani, followed by an invocation by me. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We ask the Torrance community in this time of social distancing to come into closer understanding of the ways we can help support and lift one another up. In this time of darkness, let us choose to see and be the light for the others. Let us pray for those who have lost someone or are currently battling coronavirus. In the midst of this holiday season, we also ask for greater happiness, health, and safety for all. Amen. take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, December 10th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Councilmember Griffith.
I move to waive further readings.
Councilmember Kalani.
Kalani will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci's absent. Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chapai, City Manager. We are withdrawing item 9E, approve agreement for purchase of treated water from the Goldsworthy Desaler Project. The item will return into early 2021. There are supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications. And that is all at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Turning to announcements. I ask that we adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of Dr. Owen Hopkins Griffith, a Jared Sidney Torrance Award recipient, former city commissioner, and the longest tenured member of the Torrance Unified School District's Board of Education. He was 92.
Owen Griffith was born June 13th, 1928, in Baltimore, Maryland. After graduating high school, he received a scholarship to Cornell University, where he played football, lacrosse, and hockey. He received bachelor's and master's degrees in the 1950s in mechanical engineering and went on to complete his doctorate. Griffith also served in the Army Signal Corps and married his wife Irene on December 26, 1951, in Bronxville, New York, while on a 3-day leave. Irene and Owen had 8 children together.
In 1959, the couple moved to the South Bay for the growing aerospace industry and lived in Hawthorne before moving to Torrance, which he considered his hometown. A member of the Torrance Board of Education for 28 years, Dr. Griffith was first appointed to the school board in 1967, served 5 terms as president, and was reelected 7 times in all. He left office in 1995. The same year, Griffith Adult School was named in his honor.
He was also active in educational issues statewide, serving on the California School Boards Association from 1968 through 1995 as the Torrance representative to the Los Angeles County Trustees Association and as an advisor to about 3 dozen school districts to help improve superintendent school board relations. In 2002, Owen received the city's highest honor, the Jared Sidney Torrance Award, for his many contributions to the community. He amplified the role of distinguished citizen by his long history of community involvement on boards of numerous not-profit organizations, including the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, Torrance Performing Arts Consortium, Torrance Symphony, Torrance Sister City Association, South Bay Conservatory, Arts Council of Torrance, and the South Bay Ballet.
His interest in education and arts led him to founding a steel drum band at North High School. In addition, he created the Rusty Steel Band, which emerged for alumni who participated in the North High program and performed with them for 15 years, playing the tin drum himself. Dr. Griffith was honored in 2013 for his 45 years with the Torrance Unified School District. In his remarks, he said, "I'm glad I could do a few things that have been of good use in the city and to the community. But I have to say, I had a lot of fun in everything that I did. As long as I have the strength to do it, you know I will be there cheering you on," end quote.
Mayor, you're muted, sir. This is Adam.
Thank you. Owen is survived by his wife, Irene, and 7 of his 8 children. He will be cremated and interred at Good Shepherd Cemetery in Huntington Beach, where his eldest son, Stephen, is laid to rest. I ask for a moment of silence to honor a great legacy person in our city. Thank you, everyone. Now, the tradition that we have in the city of Torrance is to hear from our choral in the spirit of the holidays, of Christmas, of Hanukkah, of Kwanzaa. So, staff, are we ready?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fury and Council, for having us. I'm excited to be a part of the Torrance family. We'll be singing 2 songs for you today, one from the very oldest of American choral traditions, and one from a new one which has been recently written. So the first song is called The Virgin Unspotted, and the second song is called Sweeter Still. Thanks again for having us here.
Spotted by prophet foretold, should bring forth the Savior which now we behold, to be our Redeemer from death, hell, and sin, which Adam's transgressions involved us in. Then let us be merry, put sorrow away. Our Savior Christ Jesus was born on this day. Then let us be merry, put sorrow away. Our Savior Christ Jesus was born on this day.
too, we'll give a big thank you to the Torrance Choral. Generally, we'd be telling everybody about their concert that would be coming up this weekend, but because of the social distancing and lack of gatherings that occur, we're not able to have it this year, but hopefully it will return again next year. To my colleagues and those who are on Global Meet, I can tell you that my understanding was the sound was much better in other devices. So if you were worried about that, as was I, but I started texting people to find out. So now, some more announcements. The City Council workshop. Tonight at 6 p.m., the City Council held a workshop to discuss progress on the downtown revitalization plan. City staff and the consultant team presented information gathered during public outreach, as well as information from the diagnostic analysis. We examined strengths and weaknesses of downtown and also discussed both opportunities and threats to the area. The discussion also covered some of the initial stakeholder visioning for downtown and looked at some best practices from other downtown areas. Next steps were identified in which goals and strategies will be deployed in early 2021, as well as the measures to implement the recommendations for downtown. If you are interested in the revitalization plan process or the materials for tonight's workshop, please visit the Community Development Department at torranceca.gov/CDD. Again, that's torranceca.gov/CDD. Fire Chief Cerna, you have an announcement, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. As we prepare to bid 2020 farewell, and as shared by our mayor, this is our last council meeting of the year. With that, we wanted to provide a friendly reminder that the Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their first monthly test for 2021 of the Community Alert Siren on January 6th. At approximately 11:30 a.m., the test will be conducted. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. 1 minute chime. All clear chime will proceed and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone will carry or may carry greater distances beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If at home and you're outside, go indoors, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents. Turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chimes. The all clear sound will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations Department at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Which takes us to community matters. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Cindy Snodgrass of the Community Services Department upon her retirement from the City of Torrance after 31 years of service. Councilmember Ashcroft, would you read this resolution for us?
Yes, thank you. Whereas Cindy Snodgrass began her career with the City of Torrance in 1989, hired as a secretary by the City of Torrance Civil Service Department, and later transferred to the Torrance Airport as their secretary. And whereas Cindy then joined the Community Services Department, formerly the Parks and Recreation Department, as a recreation coordinator. This title was revised in the late 1990s to Recreation Supervisor to better reflect the job responsibilities of this position. And whereas during her tenure, Cindy was involved in many of the Recreation Services Division's programs, including therapeutic recreation, South Bay Special Olympics, citywide special events such as Turkey Trot, Fun Run, grand opening of the D. Hardison Sports Center, annual volunteer recognition dinner, and the annual 4th of July celebration. In 2001, Cindy accepted a temporary appointment to oversee the newly opened Madrona Marsh Nature Center. And whereas, although Cindy excelled in each of these assignments, she is best known for her tireless work at the Senior Citizens Program, where her duties included oversight of the Bartlett, Tillum, and Walteria Senior Centers. She developed, planned, and implemented multiple annual events such as Senior Prom, Senior Fair, Holiday Arts, and Craft Sale, AARP Tax Assistance Program, Senior Excursions, and the ASSIST, which is the Accessible Services for Seniors Information Systems Technology Program. And whereas Cindy was recognized with several awards throughout her career with the City of Torrance for her outstanding achievements and tireless commitment, such as Employee of the Year, Award of Excellence, and numerous spot awards. She was also involved in several professional organizations and was nominated for the Parks Urban Heroes Award by People for Parks. And whereas Cindy has had a profound impact on the quality of life of countless members of the Torrance community and has served them well, both on a professional and personal level. She shared that the most difficult part about retiring will be not seeing the program participants, the volunteers, and her coworkers on a daily basis. She will miss them dearly. It goes without saying, Cindy, that the city will miss you also. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Cynthia Jean Snodgrass for her dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ, and be it further resolved that Cindy be wished a full and rewarding life in her retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 15th day of December, 2020. We wish you the best, Cindy. We're going to miss you.
Cindy, I believe that Cindy is on the line. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Cindy. You want to say a few words?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Fury and City Council, for your leadership for our great city of Torrance. I am honored and humbled to receive this proclamation, for it truly represents all the incredible and extraordinary people I've had the opportunity to collaborate and work with these 31 years. I'd like to thank the wonderful senior citizens of Torrance for inspiring me and for providing a lifetime of unforgettable memories. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Cindy. You were the face of our senior programs. I think every senior in our city knows Cindy Snodgrass and all that you have done for us. But all the things in the resolution indicate how long your career was and how varied it was and how much you've touched so many things in our community. So for that, I thank you on behalf of my colleagues on the council. And don't you find it ironic now that you're retired, you can go over to the senior center, perhaps as a consumer? So I'll take a number and title.
Yes, several of the seniors have suggested, I know of a really great senior center in downtown Torrance, so it's quite amusing.
I'm sure it is, and they're going to razz you about this. That's for sure. I need a number and title.
Right. I'm sorry.
For the clerk,
This is resolution number 2020-134, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Cynthia Jean Snodgrass upon her retirement from the city after 31 years of service.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, Cindy, we'll miss you at the senior ball. I move to adopt resolution number 2020-134.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Ashcroft.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Bye, Cindy. We'll see you over at the Senior Center.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. That brings us to 6B, which is a proclamation honoring Rick Shigaki of the Communication and Information Technology Department upon his retirement from the City of Torrance. Councilmember Chen, could you do the honor and read this proclamation for us?
Absolutely, Mayor. Whereas Richard Shigaki grew up in the South Bay, graduated from Gardena High School, and later from the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. A Vietnam War veteran, Rick served in the U.S. Army from 1967 to 1969. After graduating college, Rick began his career working in the technology field, and on November 17, 2003, he was hired by the City of Torrance as the Information Technology Director. And whereas Rick has always enjoyed working with people, his mindset was to never forget that the role of technology is to serve the people, which he demonstrated through establishing open lines of communication with his team. Rick's modus operandi was to establish a vision of technology for the future, communicate that vision to staff, and then motivate his team to focus on resources to make his vision a reality. And whereas being a hands-on manager, Rick understood technology and the work involved in building a network infrastructure and the project management processes in developing an application. The operations of the CIT department have benefited from Rick's extensive background serving local and county governmental agencies, in addition to his experience at a state university and several private companies. And whereas always looking for a win-win scenario in difficult or tense situations, Rick faced problems head-on and was able to make tough decisions, especially in March 2020 when the city experienced a cyber incident. Rick guided the city through the ordeal and provided encouragement to his employees who were working nearly 24/7 to get the city's network back online in a timely manner. His support and experience facilitated the full recovery. And whereas Rick continued to focus on cybersecurity and making system enhancements by cross-training and expanding the scope of employees, creating growth and professional development opportunities for his staff. Enduring difficult times such as the cyber incident, COVID-19 pandemic, budget shortfall, threat of civil unrest with constantly changing priorities, Rick demonstrated his expertise, dedication, and loyalty to the success of Team Torrance and the city's executive team. And whereas Rick has enjoyed working with the city of Torrance, and most importantly, the friendships he has developed throughout his tenure, a good conversation has always been Rick's platform to share ideas and broaden one's vision towards the greater good. Mary, did you want me to read the end, or did you want to finish the last part?
Muted.
I believe you're muted.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Richard D. Shigaki for his dedication and professionalism and contributions to the city of Torrance while in our employ, and extend every good wish to Rick for a full, rewarding, and enjoyable life in his retirement years. Signed this 15th day of December, 2020. Congratulations, Rick. And before I call on Rick for some words, I believe our city manager, Aram Shaparian, has something to say.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the opportunity. This is Aram Shaparian, city manager. I've known Rick since he started with the city 17 years ago, so this is very special to me. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, Rick. During his 17 years with the city, Rick always had a calm demeanor, soothing approach to very complex challenges, and was a reliable IT leader who helped transition the organization with constant changes in the information technology arena. Rick's commitment to employee growth, enrichment, and support was paramount to the success of our CIT department. His ability to manage the communications, networks, radio shop, and info systems helped Torrance expand our IT capacity. During his tenure, we embraced automation, system redundancy, security, and expanded staff's capacity in response to the needs of our departments. On behalf of the city's executive team, our former manager, Mr. Leroy Jackson, City of Torrance employee family, past and present, I want to thank Rick for his 17 years of dedication to Torrance, commitment to public service, and for always being available 24/7 to make sure our telephones, PCs, websites, servers, networks, and radios were always working. In closing, I wish Rick good health, longevity, and amazing experiences in the next chapter of his life. Thank you, Rick, and congratulations. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Rick, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Adam, for the kind words. It's been both my honor and privilege to have been working at the City of Torrance for the past 17 years. When I started, both the previous city manager, Leroy Jackson, and the assistant city manager, Mary Giordano, told me that the years would just fly by. Well, the 17 years have just flown by. My journey with the city has been a great adventure. I've had the honor of getting to know many of you both on a professional and personal level. For that, I'm forever grateful. Today, the city is in solid hands with the appointment of Adam Chaparian as the new city manager. That's it. Thank you, and I'll miss you all.
Thank you, Rick. On behalf of my colleagues, we're going to miss you for sure. But we really are very happy for you to be able to have a retirement and looking for that next chapter. We're always looking for that next chapter. So thank you for those 17 great years you've spent with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We move on to item 6C, which is from the city clerk to appoint members to fill the Parks and Recreation Commission unscheduled vacancies. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, the applicants will be now called alphabetically to introduce themselves and say a few words. They each have 1 minute.
Yes, Your Honor. Before we start, I would just like to let the public know and the council as well that one of the candidates, Carl Kamerly, withdrew his application, so he will not be introduced or considered tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The first applicant is Robin Taub Comer.
Hi, I'm Robin Taub Comer. I am seeking appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission. I appreciate the time you have taken reading my application, speaking to me, and communicating versus email. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next applicant is Patrick DeCantrell.
Thank you all for considering my application for the commission. I've lived in Torrance since 2004, and my wife grew up in Torrance. We own a home in the West High area and raised 3 children here. I have spent a significant amount of time with my family at the parks, at just about every park in Torrance, and my kids have participated in rec sports in many of the leagues. I have a background in sports turf management, and I look forward to the potential of working with the committee to better the city and the parks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next candidate is Mia Higginbotham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mia Higginbotham, and I have applied to be a Torrance Parks and Recreation Commissioner. For over 20 years, I have been a resident of Torrance and have seen the positive impact Parks and Recreation has within our great community. Sadly, our world has changed due to the pandemic, and we are in a different place than we were a year ago. In these challenging times, I recognize great strengths the city has, such as the recreational programs I have worked, outdoor spaces like the Madrona Marsh, and the Farmers Market at Wilson Park. As we move forward, I envision a commission that is part of the ongoing preparedness of the community and works to safeguard the city's great strengths for the future. The road ahead might seem long, but I know I will be an excellent commissioner because I'm a public servant at heart who wants to make a difference in the world. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Martin Hoover.
Hello and good evening. This is Martin Hoover, and I am applying for the Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm going to provide my bottom line up front. As a recent retiree, I have the time and energy and am passionate about helping Torrance become an even better place. I'm especially interested in making Torrance more environmentally aware and a more sensitive place for veterans and the disabled. As an example, I feel that our neighborhood park, Entradero Park, can be enhanced by making the park more accessible for the disabled. Why I want to be a commissioner. I feel it is my time to give back to the community. We have lived in Torrance for 25 years, and our two daughters have grown up and been educated in the West Torrance schools. What I have to offer, I bring special qualities to the commission: leadership, excellent people skills, engineering training and experience, and willing to do the hard tasks. I was an engineer for 42 years at TRW Northrop Grumman with experience in program management, problem solving, and writing.
Your Honor, the next candidate is Patrick Cannell.
No, it is Elise. Oh, is it Patrick? Okay.
I apologize. It is Elise. Elise Imamura?
Yep, I'm here. Yep. So one of the first bullet points on the Torrance vision is acknowledging and pursuing the value of diversity. I'm born and raised in Torrance, a part of a Japanese, Latino, white, biracial family, which represents the top 3 demographics in our Torrance schools. And I think it's important for those in Torrance Public Service to speak for, the uniqueness of our Torrance diversity. I've wanted to get involved in local politics for some time, and Parks and Recs is something that resonates with me with having 2 young boys. I have a husband who is a teacher and a coach for Torrance. And to me, a commissioner or anyone in public office is a liaison between the residents and employees and the people in public service. And it's an opportunity to listen to both and to learn what's best for both. My experience in sales, running a company, and now being in a director role has prepared me to empathize with opposing views, make fast relationships.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, now the next candidate is Patrick Cannell.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Pat Cannell. Thank you, Your Honor, and the Council for your time this evening and for your consideration. I've lived in our great city since my wife, 8-year-old daughter, and I bought a house here almost 7 years ago. Our family feels very strongly that it is important to be a part of our community and to give back, and so I submitted my name to participate as a commissioner. My family loves our city parks. It is one of the key reasons we moved here, livability. My family and I are in one of the city's parks almost every day, and so we have a strong vested interest in making sure we maintain their impeccable quality. I'm a lawyer by trade and in-house counsel to a major corporation, so I have a lot of experience in management, budgets, and giving sound, reliable advice. In that role, I run board and committee meetings for some of our affiliates, and I'm well aware of rules of order and the need to follow tight procedures. More importantly, I believe I will be a good voice to the community. Many parents know me and my family and would feel very comfortable raising issues to me for the commission and this council to.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Madison Laster.
Mayor Fury and City Council for this opportunity. My name is Madison Laster, and I am a third-generation Torrance resident. I have applied for the Parks and Recreation Commission as I feel it most closely aligns with my leadership, background, and interests. I currently serve on the AWRSO Region 14 board, and I am fully immersed in all that goes on with our local youth soccer. I'm very passionate about our parks and the opportunities our city provides for community engagement across all age groups. I have leadership experience through National PTA as I currently serve on the board of directors, and my experience of advocacy and leadership will make me a great leader serving our community. I am fully supported by the current chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, Dan Felix, and I'm ready to start serving our city. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Keith Montoya.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. I just completed 2 terms on the Civil Service Commission, and I found the experience very enriching and rewarding. I learned a lot about city operations, teamwork, diverse thought, and much more. I'd like to continue my support to the city and community by joining the subject commission. I read the Parks and Recreation Commission 2020 annual report, and I found the activity and accomplishments very interesting. I appreciate your vote, but I've not selected. I wish the new commissioners the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Zora Mohammed.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It is with great enthusiasm that I submit my application for the Parks and Recreation Commission. I have over 10 years of experience in the field of public and private accounting, and as a former accountant for the City of Torrance, I fully understand the fiscal matters pertaining to our parks and recreational activities. Further, I have a strong history of community service in Torrance and would like to contribute more to our city by serving on a commission. Lastly, I have a young daughter and enjoy visiting many of our parks. Thus, I have a vested interest in ensuring our parks are kept clean, maintained, and safe. Once again, I appreciate your consideration of my application and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Jason Owens.
Thank you, Mayor Fury and council members. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be considered for the commissions of Park and Recreation. Though I'm relatively new to local civics, I know that once engaged, you'll find me to be a quick study. And if asked for a description of myself in a single word, it would be adaptable. I have always been one of those who's able to figure things out quickly. I'm a longtime resident of Torrance, and my wife and 2 kids are lifetime residents. My kids have participated in many of the City of Torrance programs offered by the Parks and Recreation over the years, and I do believe that I can be a significant asset to the Commission. I am solution-driven. I remember a number of years ago when the local community came to the council with a request for lights on the baseball field at Lego Seco Park. They came with their request, but also with solutions, fully supported by the neighbors and fully funded. My goal would be to identify programs that are accompanied with solutions to bring the city together. I look forward to the opportunity to serve, and I sincerely appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the last applicant is Clara Caetano Trevisan.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council member. This is Clara Trevisan speaking. My family and I came to the South Bay in 1999, and we have been Torrance residents for 12 years now. During those 2 decades, while raising my children, I have been able to fully appreciate the advantage of living here. This is why I would like to offer my time, knowledge, and skills to contribute at the well-being of my community by working with the Parks and Recreation Committee. My trade is business management, and I am a small business owner. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. There are 2 unscheduled vacancies for the Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 term expiring June 30, 2022, and 1 term expiring June 30, 2023. I will now take nominations from the council. Councilmember Ashcraft.
I nominate Keith Montoya.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Zora Mohammed.
I will nominate Robin Homer. Councilmember Griffith.
wish I could nominate many more than two, but I'd like to add Ms. Higginbotham to the nominations.
Okay. Any others? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a vote. And this time, each of us votes twice, correct, Madam Chair? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Mr. Montoya and Ms. Muhammad.
Councilmember Chen?
Keith Montoya and Zora Muhammad.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Mr. Montoya, Ms. Muhammad.
Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you. Keith Montoya and Zora Muhammad.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Mayor, I believe that you are muted.
I'm sorry. I will select Ms. Comer and Mr. Montoya.
Your Honor, Keith Montoya received the most votes, so he will be appointed to the term ending June 30th, 2023, and Zora Muhammad received the second most votes. She will be appointed to the term ending June 30th, 2022.
Thank you. Congratulations to those appointed tonight. If you were not appointed, please do not be discouraged. The City of Torrance always has more applicants than we have openings, so I want you all, please apply again. We're now moving on to the 60-minute comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes to speak on two or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes. Then they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so don't try to follow it, what you may be hearing on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and please don't try to use Bluetooth or speakerphones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get as many speakers in as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell you're speaking on topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic or get back to topic. If you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7, B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that this council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. Do we have any members of us signed up?
Yes, Mayor, we have callers in the queue. I'll begin to patch them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tyler B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I am speaking on general orals.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, so I'm calling today to demand that this city council do the right thing and give justice to the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by firing Torrance PD officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Christopher was killed by these officers 2 years ago after only 15 seconds of being approached, and these officers are still on the line of duty. Shame on each of you. Christopher was not a danger to society. These officers are a danger to society. They need to be fired and prosecuted for their actions, and furthermore, there needs to be a civilian oversight of the Torrance Police Department to review this case and hold Torrance PD accountable for their misconduct. And I think that this work will work to ensure that what happened to Christopher never happens to anyone else, and no family should have to bury their loved one and then have to fight week after week to demand justice for their stolen life. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon, establish a civilian oversight commission, and give justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A in general comment.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
6A, congrats to Cindy Snodgrass. It's a sign of great disrespect and a slap in the face to your constituents that you continue to turn your camera off for public comment. Your contempt for those who put you in your seats and whose interests you claim to represent is despicable. Mayor, you are responsible for Torrance's current state of disrepair. Turn your camera on and face us. As we enter the holiday season, we're reminded that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was taken from us and from his family 2 years ago. Their holiday season is forever marred by the memory of their stolen loved one. He was just a kid with his whole life in front of him, and now, though his spirit was gone, he's just a memory. How can we celebrate while the families and victims of state-sanctioned violence breathe without any chance for justice because of the abusive systems this council upholds and refuses to hold accountable? Why are we still being denied our right to oversight of our police force? Why do you continue to allow this endless, senseless cycle of police violence without justice or any measure of accountability? You know in your hearts nothing will ever change unless you act, and the people who elected you are here calling for it and have been here demanding change for 2 years, while you have done nothing. At a time when the world over awakens to systemic racial inequity and discrimination, you sit on your hands and deny your local and global responsibility. Where is your integrity, and how do you live with yourselves? A life taken as retribution for a stolen car? How can that ever be justified? Life is sacred. How many stolen lives will it take for you to speak up and do something? And why isn't one enough? It is your spiritual duty to stand in truth and light and reject violence and oppression. Why, then, do you continue to refuse to right this wrong? You have an opportunity to create meaningful change in this city and guide it towards the path of equity and basic human decency, a legacy Torrance has never known. We want a better, equitable Torrance, and we've been here for 2 years showing up for it. Where are you? Fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon and create a civilian oversight commission. Black Lives Matter, I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, hi. I'm going to just speak on general comment 6C.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, Torrance City Council members. I want to lift up the demands that Black Lives Matter has made and to seek justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his family. In this time of the holiday season, 2 years have passed now, and as you can all empathize with, I would think, it's especially hard around the holidays. And if 2020 has taught you one thing, it is that a change needs to come, and we need to defund the police, and of course, prosecute and fire Matthew Kincannon and Anthony Chavez, the killers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and create a civilian oversight of this police department. The misconduct that the Torrance PD has taken place.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General Oral 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
It should be 3 minutes, right, for 3 items?
No.
6A and 6B and general comment.
Proceed, please.
Okay. In line with 6A and 6B, each week I call in you memorialize white and non-black members of the community but you continue to demonize Black members of Torrance. If you can memorialize Cindy and Rick, you can memorialize Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It has been 2 years since Christopher's life was cut short. He will not be able to enjoy those lovely sounding programs Cindy put together for senior citizens. He will not be able to grow old in the city that you and he shared. How do you sleep at night? How do you tell the people that you hold dear that you love them while also silencing a grieving mother weekly, a mother whose child was murdered and whose killer was given a raise for under your watch? Do you know what family means? Do you know what it's like to have that kind of love taken from you? You and your soulless lack of empathy disgust me. And to the anti-Black Torrance residents calling in to harass a grieving mother every week, you are hateful people. Hateful. I didn't realize how small-minded and vile people could be until having the disgusting experience of listening to you all. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was alive. He was a stand-up member of your city who had his whole life ahead of him. His life mattered, and it still does to so many people still in Torrance. You continue to prove Black lives do not matter to Torrance City Council members, the racist anti-Black Torrance residents that call in to show the real danger that Black community in Torrance is in while you continue to refuse to do anything about it. Do you all understand this? His blood and the blood of future people that Chavez and Concannon murder is on your hands. You can begin the process of redeeming yourselves by doing the bare minimum. Fire officers Concannon and Chavez, those officers decided in a matter of seconds to take his life away from him and his loved ones, and they will kill again. Create a civilian oversight commission in line with BLM-LA's demands. 2 years without justice. Black Lives Matter. All of you can suck my transsexual dick assholes, and make sure you tell Matucci that he'll be waiting for him next meeting. Fuck you, you demons.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Jason R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
8D, 9G, and public comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
This past Wednesday, we joined Sister Sherilyn and the rest of her beautiful family to commemorate the 2-year anniversary of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder. His family has to spend another year without him. Stolen forever. And what does the City Council continue to do? Y'all continue to fail his family. We are demanding that you fire his murderers, Torrance PD officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, immediately. The City of Torrance must create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department to review the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the continued acts of police conduct by the Torrance Police Department. If this Council of Caucasity is truly committed to transparency, you should welcome this demand with open arms. Key word there is should, but we know where you all stand. You proudly side with these murderers. You support, authorize, and stand shoulder to shoulder with white supremacy. Your pride and arrogance continually co-signs this evil. We're not stupid. We see through your bullshit and fully understand why y'all don't want to bring this misconduct to light. Y'all don't want the public to know that Anthony Chavez has the blood of 2 people on his hands, Michael David Lopez and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You don't want people to know that your police department is full of trigger-happy racists. And most of all, you don't want the public to know how complicit you are in this misconduct, how you continue to devalue Black lives, and how you continue to allow murderers to roam the streets of Torrance. Mayor Fury, or should I say Führer Fury, you are a craven, or as we would call you in my community, a big old bitch. You don't show that wannabe Santa-looking ass during public comment, and you didn't show your face when we showed up outside your house last Wednesday either. I'm sure you heard us loud and clear. We'll be back. And I just want to say shame on you, Heidi Ashcraft. Shame on you, George Chen. Shame on you, Mike Griffith. Shame on you, Sharon Kalani. And last, but certainly not least, shame on you, Fear Fury, and fuck you too. I yield my time. Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Carol G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, it's Carol Gillis calling on orals.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, it's Carol with the Torrance Theater Company. Thank you all for participating and watching our Play at Home series the last year. Our last play is coming up this Sunday. It's going to be the Charm Classic, A Christmas Carol. It'll be a live radio play starting at 6 p.m. What you'll need to do is go to the torrancetheatercompany.com Play at Home link and scroll down, find that the flyer for the December 20th performance. Click on that, and it will lead you to a platform for you to sign in. Tickets are $22.67, and we look forward to your support coming into the 2021 season when we'll still be probably playing at home. Thank you very much for all who attend, and share this with your friends and family across the nation. Happy and Merry Christmas.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Aga K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right, you want to all get into holiday mood? How about this? Let's talk about holidays. How about we establish a new tradition? Prosecute killer cops. Start with Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Because Christopher DeAndre Mitchell should be here for the holidays to be able to spend it with his family. And he's not, because they took his life. And to all the callers who called in last week, and racist, evil people assassinating his character, I just want to give you my heartfelt fuck you. Shame on all of you. I don't know how you sleep at night. His mom, his mother was on the call, for God's sake. She's right now too. So I hope you hear me. Fuck you. Prosecute killer cops. What part of this sentence you do not understand? Establish oversight commission. We call you every week. You know this demand by heart. And you know what? Let me tell you this. I'm not big on ghosts, but I really, truly hope.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. William W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, General Oral 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, okay. I'd say good evening, but it's a terrible and exhausting evening to have to relive the trauma that is being back in this city. Thank God this is the last damn meeting this year, so I don't have to hear your pathetic, flavorless voices praise Cindy, flat-ass McGee, but not protect your citizens. I think that it is appalling and abhorrent that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon have not been charged with the brutal, pointless murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Within 15 seconds, these men took his life. He was unarmed and not dangerous, but you already knew that. I'd say thank God for the video, but what is the point of clear, blatant video evidence of his innocence and subsequent murder by these two men if you all make excuses for your trigger-happy pigs who glorify the death and despair of the marginalized? Which brings me to my second point. For God's sake, put into place a civilian oversight committee and limit the interaction between this racist police force so that civilians get to keep their fucking lives and police can somewhat be held accountable. Since we cannot rely on the Torrance County Police Force or their superiors to uphold their vow to protect and serve community, I honestly don't know how you can even watch that video and sleep at night knowing that you're contributing to the racist, fear-based narrative that caused the murder of an innocent man. Cindy, congrats for ridding your hands of these corrupt assholes. But believe me, Sugar Plum, you have a laundry list of detestable complacency to clean up your ledger. Also, fuck the senior ball when people are being killed and their murderers awarded. I am ashamed of the justice system for not condemning these murderers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. You oink-oinking motherfuckers know that people see you and that these are our streets. Black Lives Matter. Fuck you guys. I yield my goddamn time.
You ain't got none.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Let's guess.
6A, 6B, and oral communications.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. I just want to tell you guys that you're fucking exhausting, okay? Like, you insult people's intelligence by thinking that you're going to sit up here and do this fucking political fucking theater like we're not going to see through that shit. We're tired of having to sit through this bullshit while you guys play around and act like you are doing what the fuck you're supposed to be doing and congratulating regular-ass motherfuckers, civilians in the fucking community, prompting these people up and lifting these people up as if they've really done some shit, okay? You could be spending that time doing your fucking jobs, okay? I would like to let you know that nobody gives a shit about the Parks and Recreation Commission so long as we are demanding that you create a civilian oversight commission, okay? The fact that you are hiring people and making people sit through that shit while we are demanding that you create that is detestable, is abhorrent. So all of you assholes can kiss my fucking ass. You need to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon like yesterday, bitches. And I'm sick of you guys' shit. Fuck you guys.
Mayor, the caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Matheos K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A, 6B, and oral communications.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
6A, congratulations, Cindy Snodgrass. I wish Christopher DeAndre Mitchell had lived long enough to retire. 6B, congratulations, Rick Shigaki. I wish Christopher DeAndre Mitchell lived long enough to retire. During this last Torrance City Council meeting of the year, I'm demanding you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, two racist, murderous police officers who had killed people before they murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. After murdering Christopher, they were given raises and allowed to continue terrorizing the black and brown residents of Torrance. Week after week, you've heard from hundreds of callers demanding you deliver justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You've heard Christopher's mother grieve week after week. Christopher was loved by so many people. He affected so many people. His absence is felt by so many people. And yet your inaction has emboldened those that would try to defame him, all but ensuring that Christopher's mother be exposed to the racist vitriol flung at her son by your racist-ass police officers and their ilk. It would be an absolute joke to say you represent the people of Torrance. You clearly don't have the interests of Torrance's black and brown residents at heart. However, you are representative of the worst of Torrance. It's become clear that you act on behalf of and in defense of the evil, heartless, white supremacist constituents in your city. I'm inclined to appeal to your better angels, but you're clearly devoid of any good. Listening to you drone on and on about meaningless commemorations and vapid weekly celebrations while ignoring Christopher's mother has been disgusting. It is with the utmost sincerity that I say, fuck you, you racist, heartless, callous pieces of shit. I wish you all the misery in the world. Additionally, establish a civilian oversight commission to hold Torrance PD accountable like you were meant to in 2018. You racist, lazy pieces of shit. Fuck you. I hope 2021 is worse than 2020 for you. You all suck. Mayor Fury, your beard is fucking stupid. You look like fucking Santa Claus, but like worse. And what's with the orange tint today? I think I have a little more time. So fuck Matucci too. I hope you... muted me?
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral communication 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
In regards to 6A and 6B, you are honoring the ending of someone's career with the city, and yet you have yet to honor the life of the life lost in your city, the life of Christopher. You're honoring the retirement of a person from the city, and yet to honor the grief of a family destroyed in the city, or the grief of a mother who has been heartbroken by the city. Christopher will never get to experience retirement. Y'all are callous, sniveling cowards. Playing holiday music from 2 years ago, 2 days after Christopher was murdered, was deliberate and cold. Coincidentally, this was also the first day and the first meeting that VLMLA attended. Y'all likely couldn't use the one from last year because there is lots of well-deserved booing during it. It's interesting that you chose to do a performative honoring of religions and cultures that you don't actually honor or live out. You violate so much of what Kwanzaa represents. Look at the principles: unity, You destroy the literal unity of a family, self-determination. You refuse to listen to the community as they demand time and time again that you create a civilian oversight commission and fire officers Concanon and Chavez. Collective work and responsibility. There's been no responsibility taken for this tragic murder. You certainly don't live out Christianity, as Jesus would undoubtedly side with a grieving mother. Jesus was killed by state-sanctioned violence, much like Christopher. Jesus was a radical black man who healed people and fought for justice. You have done the opposite. You certainly don't represent Judaism, as they have always fought for justice and social progress. You're tone deaf, and this is due to your ego. You failed to realize just how organized we are. Our consistency, our righteous indignation, our eloquent rage, and our determination. Because of all of these things and so much more, when we fight, we win. Ask Chief Beck and Jackie Lacey, former employees, about what that looks like. Ask Garcetti, who was just blocked from Secretary of HUD and Transportation. This was our doing and their undoing. This will be the same here. Christopher demands it, and our futures depend on it. I can't help but think of Ebenezer Scrooge. In fact, you look a lot like him, Pat, as you hide from the public as he was haunted by the ghosts of Christmas past, the ghosts of Christmas present, and the ghosts of Christmas yet to come. I hope that those spirits of those and others visit you and help to move you a little closer to morality and compassion. You were sort of visited in a similar fashion on Wednesday, weren't you, Fury? Weren't you, Pat? All of the hell is going to rain upon all of you for your injustice and your cowardice. Justice for Christopher. Say his name. Say his name.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Kim L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on oral comments. Oral comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling yet again to ask you to honor the memory of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by firing the cops that killed him, by prosecuting the cops that killed him, that had no regard for his life. Those officers are Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon. Police must be held accountable when they murder civilians. They are not judge and jury. I don't care what the person was doing or not doing. You guys have no problem de-escalating. No problem de-escalating when white people are when they're in fact armed. You can de-escalate them, but not black people. And whoever fucking yawned, you can kiss my entire fucking ass. You guys are heartless people, and you do nothing but sit there and snivel about some bullshit.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A and general comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So I want to first start by telling you guys are all a piece of shit. All of you guys. Each and every one of you guys sit here for 2 whole years. 2 whole years you have sat there and did absolutely nothing. Because why? Because you were just like your ancestors. You guys will sit here and glorify, people that have retired, saying that they gave people a great quality of life. Well, that's quality of life only for white people, I guess. Because when it comes to black and brown people in your community, you can really give 2 fucks. You guys sit here every single week, week after week, allowing a mother to cry to you, to plead to you, to do the bare fucking minimum, which is to create a fucking oversight that your simple asses won't do, so that you can fire Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez, these trigger-happy, racist pieces of shit that keep killing, They keep terrorizing. And then on top of that, you allow these same fucking cops to go terrorize this family, to go after our community leaders. You guys decide that because you guys are a piece of shit. So therefore, these motherfuckers go around and terrorize the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And then you have the nerve to have Stephen S., racist piece of shit, call in and talk about how Christopher's mother is a bad mother. Well, let's talk about your mother, Stephen. Your mother must have raised you to be a racist, white supremacist with a fucking little ass dick. And that's why you feel like you can come in here and talk about someone else's mother. Shame on you, motherfucker. Next time you want to talk about that in our fucking faces. Also, like we've been saying, create an oversight committee. This is the bare fucking minimum that you guys can do. This is absolutely ridiculous that we have to continue to.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Corinne B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
All right. So since it's very clear that you guys care only about respectability politics more than you care about Black human lives, I'm going to try to be civil with you on this one, so listen up. His name is Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, a young man, a human being. And you know what human beings have? They have lives. They have memories. They have families. Christopher's physical life may have been stolen from us by killer cops Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, but the memory of his life was not and cannot ever be stolen from us. Y'all
City Cable, go ahead.
This is the call center. We have people calling back in, so hopefully we'll be able to get some people into you soon. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to start trying to patch in more callers right now.
Thank you.
Kaylee F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Kaylee, are you still on the line? Mayor, I'm going to try another caller.
Thank you.
Jamie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I wanted to call for items 9F and 9G and oral communication.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Actually, my pronouns are she, her. I'm Jamie Penman. I'm actually the Sub-District 3 resident representative for the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council. I'm calling in response for the 2-year period of injustice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. On 9F, the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee to review, to take action on military, just both officers involved with the killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, they received raises and awards, even though the deaths occurred within 12 seconds of an officer interaction, according to the police report. So an Armed Forces Day, which is a special standing committee, is just on this appointment, is a standing committee to celebrate people who kill people. That seems fitting for a council that has not created a civilian oversight commission, as was supposed to in 2018, and still has not to this day. On item 9G, the city manager to adopt a resolution to appoint an interim police chief. This is amazing, given that the court system that waited 8 months before they released the names of the shooting officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. The 2-year anniversary of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's death just passed, and you're actually doing this before Eve Berg even retires. And so now for my oral communication. Just American policing, it's never been a neutral institution. According to the ACLU, the first U.S. city police departments was a slave patrol, and modern-day police forces and direct oppression and violence have been just there to enforce Jim Crow, wage war on drugs, and crack down on protests, which I know firsthand. When people ask for police reform, many are just asking for this oppressive system to be dismantled. So just consider taking these resources, firing killer cops Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and putting these resources into the community, because this is not going away. This is a demand. It's a movement. And these people are going to vote new people in. So get ready. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. E.M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, calling again for you to immediately fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell 2 years ago. I know you've heard his mother call in countless times. I've seen her twice, and in both times, this mother has been publicly grieving and sharing that moment with us. And it's the most heartbreaking thing I think I've ever seen and felt and been around. and the fact that you refuse to create a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department is absurd. I don't know what else you guys got hidden under the rug, that you can't bring one case to justice for his family after your negligence, after your bullshit. You're on the clock, and someone gets murdered while you're fucking clocked into your job is unacceptable. I don't know what else is hiding under there that you guys don't want to show. I bet it's a lot, because if you were to go down for one thing, you'd have to go down for everything. And you know what? I'd love to see it.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Stephanie P., are you still on the line? Stephanie P., are you still on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. David K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you very much. I would echo the sentiments of many of the other callers before me and say that it really is a shame to watch you sit here and celebrate the retirement of folks who no doubt did add value to their communities while ignoring the fact that the limitless value that another life could have added was completely destroyed by the two officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon. So first and foremost, please do fire them and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. Second, I would urge you to create a civilian oversight commission, rather demand it, not just to review this case, but other similar instances of police misconduct that we know will inevitably happen again and likely have happened before. And I would really urge you to show our community, our county, our state, country, really show the world that Torrance does not stand for state-sanctioned extrajudicial killings, does not stand for murders, nor does it stand for justice deferred.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Duke F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Duke F., are you still on the line? Duke F., are you still on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Chief, I just want you to know, I'm going to never forget what you did. Try to put the propaganda on my son before you let us see the video of the murder that those killer cops did when they murdered my son December 9, 2018. It's been 2 years. Nothing has been done. But guess what? I learned that patience and endurance. Keep on waiting. Time will tell, and time will show that these racist cops will have to pay and be held accountable for murdering my son. I just want to thank everybody who keep calling and keeping my son's name alive. I thank you. And I thank you for continuing to stand by me in solidarity, because we know when we fight, we win. And we know that Officer Kincannon and Officer Chavez.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Allison K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First of all, it's disgusting that you would cut off the mother of the man that police officers under your watch murdered. So live with that. That is disgusting. I have never in my life been so disgusted with 4 human beings in my entire life. I'm sitting here watching you all squirm, scratch your neck, look around, because you know we're all right. Torrance has racists in the parks and racists in the police force. I demand that officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon that murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell be fired and prosecuted for their actions.
I demand the creation of a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department to protect the residents from further terror. Failure to do so is an admission of your complacency in the murder of a young man, thus proving you are all unfit for these positions of leadership in this community. Every second of every day that passes is just further proof of your utter lack of morality and humanity, and I hope it haunts you. Failure to meet these demands demonstrates the City of Torrance City Council sanctions white terror on Black and brown residents in the community. Congratulations, though, to the newly appointed members of the Parks.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Pork Chop, are you still on the line? Mr. Pork Chop, are you still on the line, sir? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Melissa W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Melissa, are you still on the line? Moving on to the next caller. Gina V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
As another year comes to a close, it's another opportunity for us as the community to raise up the voice of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. This is some new level hot nonsense you've got going on with the public comment process tonight. Folks have had to call in 50, 60 times to get on. Several of them have not even made it on. You need to do better with this. We've been virtual now for nearly a year, and it looks like that's continuing on. So I suggest you get with it, since you seriously are not getting with creating a civilian oversight committee where this would be a much better forum for the grieving mother, who you continue to cut off week after week. Shame on you. Shame on you for that. You know who she is. You know why she's calling. We see your lack of humanity every time you allow that clock to run out on her. My heart breaks every single time I hear it. It's just shocking.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Don A. E., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Don A. E., are you still on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Akili A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, oral comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's been 2 years since Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell committed no crime, had done nothing wrong, but within a few seconds of the police arrival, they had killed him. We will not forget, nor will we let you forget. We want justice for the families, and we want the police officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell held accountable. The new district attorney will be looking into this case, and we have been working with him and want to hold him accountable for making sure that the racist and anti-black city that you are doesn't let these police off. Your racism will not be tolerated and accepted. You are giving Torrance a bad name. We will not stop, we will not forget, and we will not relent. Justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and establish a civilian review.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
7A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I submitted written public comments, including the information about the FBI's most wanted terrorist, Assata Shakur.
The chant Marxist Black Lives Matter repeated in front of Mayor Fury's home last week was written by Osada, wanted for domestic terrorism, murder. BLM founders are self-proclaimed Marxists who worship communist, terrorist, murderers, and fugitives like Osada Shakur. The online petition started by Marxist BLM white, black, power, supremacist, terrorist Melina Ryman Abdullah in reference to the December 9, 2018 incident is filled with lies. He was in a stolen car. He had a weapon. He was not complying. The petition and signatures are invalid because Ryman Abdullah can't get the facts right. These callers are liars, terrorists. The Torrance residents and businesses stand with the mayor, council members, and the Torrance Police Department. Thank you. Thank you all for keeping us safe. We appreciate you. We stand with you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Torrance P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Torrance P., are you still on the line? Torrance P.? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Dees N., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and oral communications.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
So I just want to start by saying justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Now, to point you guys to one of the wordings and speeches of the great ancestor Ella Baker, who said, "The systems under which we now exist need to be radically transformed." So I'm here stating Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety, create a civilian oversight committee, and fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Each of your families, your children, and your privilege is fueled by blood money. It's interesting that you memorialize people with 6A and 6B for 31 years and 17 years, but you don't memorialize Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, your own citizen unjustly executed in Torrance. This is another year where the blood of Christopher is on your hands as those in power with direct authority of a white supremacist domestic terrorist force, otherwise known as the Torrance Police Department. Besides Torrance City essentially being stuck in a 1950s Mississippi level of leadership, Black Lives Matter Los Angeles refuses to avoid our spiritual duty to fight for all black lives in Torrance. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered much more than anyone can express. And each of you sniveling, cowardly bureaucrats betray your constituents and the Torrance community you are elected to protect when you remain silent to Miss Sherilyn, BLMLA, and the grand jury's demands. Tomorrow, I'm just going to let you know that you should be really wary of all of our advice because we recognize you as liberal white supremacists. Your tacit promotion of this police killing of people who have civil and due process rights under the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and California Constitution, and that blatant bitch-assness you each show for over 2 years proves each of you are at least liberal white supremacists. Point blank, period. After being on calls for months, I doubt whether each of you has even read the U.S. Constitution at length. You each disgust me, but especially rep the blue because I use little D energy and have the face of a spoiled head of cabbage Matucci. Yet, I have a special message for disgrace of a leader such that I won't even show my face. Fury. You're a complete failure of a public official. I hope you enjoyed the People's Band pulling up in Torrance on the second anniversary of Christopher's unjustified execution by your fellow contemporary KKK Klansmen. BLMLA will continue to vote and organize in Torrance until there is critical justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his family, and all Black Lives Matter in Torrance. A town that feeds such white supremacist clowns like yourselves. You realize you and your families live off blood money, drained from the people. That must blind your heart and soul. And I figured out why. Employment for any police force is equivalent to choosing place of generational curse on your future generations for sacrificing souls to the current system.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Melissa W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Sure. 6AB, 9G, and orals.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, I'd like to start first by congratulating both Cindy and Rick for their years of service with Torrance. I didn't want that to be overshadowed by the callers that don't have a clue of how great these people are. My second item was 9G, which I wanted to say, and it kind of goes in with what I wanted to say on orals, is that I think it's time that for next year, coming up, our next meetings, we need to revisit the rules and the laws in regards to oral communication, even if that means having to put out restraining orders on certain callers or visitors hopefully back to our chambers. It used to be enjoyable to call in or even actually sit at the meetings and experience what was going on in the city, learning about different things, and we could have our say on something that was going on or share some good things or bad things. But this has become 2 hours, or you feel like 2 hours, an hour of the foulest language and the hateness that goes on. It's just ridiculous. And so I was hoping that we could do that. Now I forgot what I was going to say. As far as I wanted to say about the rules on people calling in, we all get our minute per item, and I see how that's been stretched 2 different ways, and you know what I mean. And as for the people for Sherilyn who calls in every week, I feel sorry for her. I'm sorry that her son died 2 years ago. I think she might need to get some help because calling in doesn't help, and she gets the same amount of time as everybody else. The rules are the rules. We all have the same amount of time, and please, people who believe that we have people in our city that just go shooting black people for no reason, it's wrong. They don't. This person that was in a stolen car did have a gun. If it was real or not, it was a weapon. So don't come back and say you didn't have anything when that person was a person that could have been in society and doing great things, and they could have retired. No, he would have been in jail, if anything. Anyway, that's all I can say. I get mad about this. I just please revisit the rules and regarding oral communications after this meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Thomas A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Thomas A., are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm here. I'm calling on oral communications.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm just calling to back the demands of Black Lives Matter and to ask the question if it's too much to ask for these 2 men to lose their jobs and undergo a legit investigation and prosecution after murdering a civilian. It's just heartbreaking after you all see the mourning and see the tears of Christopher's mother time after time. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon need to be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life mattered. Black Lives Matter. His holiday this year mattered. And for so many other callers to come on here to spew racist comments, and then other callers coming on here to spew just brainless remarks about holiday celebrations this year, and to echo a recent caller who said this earlier, fuck the senior ball and your dismissal of Christopher's life. We are demanding that a civilian oversight commission is created that can better handle these horrendous and murderous policing of community members of Torrance.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ilani J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I'm calling in once again to stand in solidarity with Sherilyn, who lost her son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, almost 2 years ago to the day. I don't know what it's going to take for you motherfuckers to gain humanity and to grasp what it means for life to be stolen and taken away, especially as you try to celebrate the holidays. You can't do that while stealing one's life. And it's clear to all of us who call in week after week that your allegiance is truly with, some very
skewed sense of morality when you can come to these meetings and honor the retirement and honor some lives, but not while taking other people's lives. So I think you've heard our cries loud and clear, and and I will say that we will not stop. We will continue to show up. We will continue to make sure that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's his life was not taken in vain. And we will continue to demand that officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez are terminated immediately, and that you at the very least create a civilian oversight committee, which has been demanded of you before we showed up. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you that you can't do that, but we won't let up and we won't stop.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller.
Okay. Before we go to the next caller, I wanted to make an announcement because of our technical difficulties. We're going to add an additional 5 minutes to the oral comments so we get everybody in. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Donna E., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello?
Yes, what agenda item are you calling on, sir?
Yes, I'm speaking on item number 7, oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, hello. I'm calling in today to ask the Torrance City Council to please do their job and set up a civilian oversight committee that was supposed to be set up 2 years ago due to grand jury trials. Second of all, I hear all the people on this line asking there to be no more of this, for there to be no more, because it seems to be difficult for us to have this conversation. But what I'd like to say to that is that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother does not get to rest because she has lost her son. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother is calling constantly and doing this work. So please, I am asking you to do your job, please, and set up a civilian oversight committee and charge these two officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who have not only, this isn't even the first time committing these crimes, they've been charged before for murder to other unarmed people and for...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Louis S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
And
Louise.
I'm calling on 6A, 6B, and general public comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Oh, first, it's great that you honor the long careers of Cindy Snodgrass and Rick Shigaki. That's wonderful. It's a shame that you can't honor Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in the same way since his life was cut horrifically short when he was murdered by Torrance officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon 2 years ago. To this day, there has still been no effort by this council to hold his killers accountable. We hear this nonsense narrative about police keeping us safe, but allowing cops to kill civilians with no consequences is not safety, it's white supremacy. If you feel safe when cops murder a black person in your city, you are a white supremacist. If you think Christopher deserved to die, you are a white supremacist. If you feel terrorized by the affirmation and uplifting of the value of black lives, you are a white supremacist. You have debased your own humanity for a delusion. There is no safety in murder, no safety in the theft of human life. Holding police accountable for committing murder fosters genuine safety. Firing officers Chavez and Concannon so they are no longer on the street to murder and terrorize black people and people of color, and establishing a civilian oversight commission to hold officers accountable fosters genuine safety. If you wanted to keep Torrance safe, you'd heed these demands. You'd afford some semblance of justice to Christopher's mother, Sherlyn. You'd honor her grief. You'd uplift and support her. You'd honor the memory of her precious child. You'd want justice for him, too. You don't like us calling in and taking up space during your meetings, yet you refuse to act in the name of justice. You talk about the need to follow the rules and laws that you allow your police to commit murder. So fuck your rules. You clearly don't understand the saying, no justice, no peace. It's impossible to have peace without justice. You cannot have peace until you act in the name of justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We will not allow it. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I would like to talk on 8D, 9A, 9J, and general oral communication.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much for letting me back in after your system dropped me. First of all, I like to tell everybody who's listening, I have a channel on YouTube and the Pork Chop, and you don't have to pay $22 like on that Torrance Theater Company channel for free. Free of charge, you can have all the entertainment on Andy Pork Chop channel. What is your police doing? What is the security guard doing in the city hall? Oh, by the way, thank you for changing the security guy. He called the police on me. He was going to stop me for filming my own actions in the city hall. Thank you very much for hiring degenerate idiots. And somebody just told me he's an ex-policeman. Shame on you to spending taxpayers' money hiring degenerates in your civic center. So, people, you can see all these actions and all these interactions, no numbers to type in, no codes, no money, free, Andy Pork Chop YouTube. Now let's go back to COVID. I was visiting downtown because I was making videos of old Torrance, and I peeked into Torrance Theater Company. They are inside the building, people. This is about COVID-19. They are inside the building, no masks, no masks. What are they doing in the building? Making stupid plays with nobody watching for 22, 29? Where is the distancing, people? Where is the distancing? In your own Torrance Theater Company, people are hanging around inside without masks. And you closing businesses, the state closing businesses and everything. What is the Torrance Theater Company doing in the Torrance Theater Company theater? What are they doing in there? Now, back to 9J. Now, after spending $20 million on this PCH and Hawthorne Corner project, now you're going to approve the plans for it. Now you're approving $8 more million. How many $1 million do you need, and how many years do you need? The project started in 2014. Nothing but an eyesore and destruction on that corner. Nothing is done. And guess what? The new repavement is already on Hawthorne Boulevard, is redone with concrete BS and made mess and everything. Why do we have to look at that for $20 million taxpayer money, nothing be done? And you guys going to approve a plan tonight? Give me a break. What about the forensic unit?
Mayor, this caller was disconnected because his time was up, and this concludes oral.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our agenda, but first, I believe our city attorney has an announcement.
Oral communications. And then secondarily, I would like to remind the public that nothing in the Brown Act requires live video during City Council meetings. And many agencies, including the LA County Board of Supervisors, do not actually provide live video even during their whole meeting. And then finally, Ms. Haynes has filed a lawsuit against the City of Torrance, which is her right to do so. And therefore, I have asked the City Council and other officials not to comment on the lawsuit or the underlying incident related to the lawsuit.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We're now moving on, but we're going to take item 11A out of order. Now the City Council will take a recess without leaving our seats and meet as the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Member Ashcroft? Here. Member Chen?
Present.
Member Goodrich is absent. Member Griffiths?
Here.
Member Kalani?
Present.
Member Matucci is absent. Chair Fury?
Here. The next item on the agenda is a report of the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, December 10th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of the December 17th, 2019 meeting of the successor agency. Councilmember Griffith.
So moved.
Councilmember Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich is absent. Member Griffith?
Yes.
Member Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci is absent. Chair Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with with members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. There are no items on the consent calendar, so we'll move on to communications and other businesses with agenda item 5A. Item 5A is to adopt a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule for July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022, ROPS 21-22. Is there a staff presentation?
Mr. Loden, are you on the line? Ms. Cessna? Your Honor, they may be having a difficulty with their telephone connection.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, go ahead, Greg.
Sorry about that. Good evening. I'm Greg Loden with the Community Development Department. The item before the successor agency tonight is a resolution to approve the ROPS for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. The ROPS is a formal description of all payments and obligations the agency will make during the given fiscal period. A new ROPS is to be adopted every 12 months and will be reviewed by the Oversight Board to the successor agency before receiving final approval. Once the ROPS has been approved and certified by the Oversight Board, only payments listed on the ROPS will be compensated. Successor agencies are required to approve the next 12-month ROPS covering the period July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. The LA County Oversight Board will review the ROPS currently before your honorable body at their meeting on January 19th, 2021. Staff recommends that the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance adopt a resolution approving the ROPS payment schedule for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, Exhibit A. The approved schedule, though, will then be forwarded to the LA County Forest Supervisorial District Consolidated Oversight Board for their review and approval before being posted on the city's website and submitted to the State Department of Finance, Controller's Office, and the County auditor, controller. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Seeing there's no other items of business, we'll move on to the report of directors and other officers. Are there any items under addendum matters?
Your Honor, there was a resolution to adopt.
Oh, that's true. Yes, we need a number entitled. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is resolution number SA 2020-01, a resolution of the Successor Agency to the former Redevelopment Agency of the City of Torrance, adopting the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule, ROPS 21-22, for the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
Your Honor, this is Sullivan, the City Attorney. Have we asked if there was any oral communications for the Successor Agency?
All right, we'll do that right now. Does the call center have any calls on 11A?
Mayor, I don't see any calls right now, but let me see if there's any calls coming in through the call center. Please hold.
Okay, thank you.
There's a call coming in. I will connect her as soon as she gets online.
Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, thank you very much. Okay. Oops. I have to turn this down. Okay. So I don't understand what is the successor agency, what is it succeeded, and looking this paper, so what are these obligations for? The paying got almost $3 million in, I'm reading Exhibit A, Item H, current period enforceable obligations. So what are these fees for, or what are these money for? And
Your Honor, this is Patrick Sullivan. I can do it as Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is for the former redevelopment agency that was then disbanded by the state, and then the Successor Agency took over and has to report its expenses during that period, 21-22.
So if it was disbanded by the state, you make a successor agency. And thank you for reminding the mayor, wait for people to call in. But I still don't know. So what is the successor agency paying out $3 million for here? So we never know what are you paying out $3 million for, right? I hope you guys vote yes on it. You don't even know. None of you know what we're paying $3 million here for?
Mayor,
None of you know what we're paying $3 million for.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh,
yes,
hi.
We can.
This is Sheila Passan. Mr. Andy Porchak, can you please clarify exactly which line item you're referring to?
Ms. Poisson, we don't respond during orals to individual callers. This is City Manager Adam Chaparian. If staff wants to respond at this point, but that's okay. You can go ahead and do so. Or we can follow up with the gentleman at a later date. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. That's fine. If that's the process, we'll move forward with that, and we can follow up with his question at a later time.
Mayor, there aren't any more callers on queue at the moment.
Okay, then we'll move on to, let me see, are there any other items on the addendum matters? No, there's not. Seeing none, we'll now move on to item 9, oral communications on this portion of the agenda. Any issues concerning this, people can call in at this point, and we'll give it a couple minutes. Are there any calls?
There are no calls on the line, Mayor.
Okay, then let's, I need a motion to approve the resolution SA 2020-01. Councilmember Chen.
I move to adopt Resolution SA 2020-01.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that motion.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich is absent. Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Member Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci is absent. Chair Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with with members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. No other business on this portion of the agenda, so I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting of the successor agency of the City of Torrance and reconvene the meeting of the City Council. Councilmember Griffiths.
I move to adjourn and reconvene the City Council meeting.
Councilmember Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich is absent. Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Member Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci is absent. Chairman Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see no one. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A is from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. From Mr. Shaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Shaparian, City Manager. City of Torrance continues our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by LA County Department of Health. The California Department of Health Safer at Home order went into effect in our region on December 6th. The terms of this order shall remain in place until at least December 27th. It will continue until the Department of Public Health 4-week projections of the region's total available adult ICU bed capacity is greater than or equal to 15%. Currently, the ICU capacity in Southern California, as of this morning, is dangerously low at 1.7%. Just today, LA County announced 11,194 new cases with 86 deaths. There are 4,400 people hospitalized with over 900 in ICU. And here in Torrance, we have 2,715 total cases reported, unfortunately, with 78 deaths. On December 9th, the county issued a revised temporary target safer-at-home order, as I stated, which will be in effect until the 27th. And under the provisions, outdoor playgrounds can remain open. Standalone grocery stores and certified farmers markets may operate at 35%. And temporary outdoor seating is closed to the public. Retail is allowed at maximum 20% capacity. However, bars, wineries, personal service businesses, hair salons, and barbershops are closed. Schools with waivers can stay open along with critical infrastructure. Closures for in-person dining at restaurants, breweries, wineries, and bars remain in effect. Takeout, drive-thru, and delivery services are still permitted. And in an effort to boost business in the restaurant industry, the City of Torrance recently launched our Takeout Tuesday campaign. We are urging the community to take out on Tuesdays and share a picture and tag us by using the hashtag Torrance Takeout to show your support for our local restaurants. And for a list of restaurants, please visit our website at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. And if you are interested and would like to add to the list, please email webmaster@torranceca.gov. We also have a interactive map that shows the restaurants on the map. Last week, the council directed staff to come back tonight with a report on the public outdoor seating program similar to the City of Manhattan Beach. It should be noted that since then, LA County Department of Public Health has revised their safer-at-home order to disallow temporary outdoor seating. And in response, our team worked to explore several options for your consideration this evening. I want to thank our staff from the Community Development Department who will be presenting options to your honorable body momentarily. In response to temporary outdoor seating being prohibited under the current orders, staff is recommending the City Council engage with the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce and interested area businesses to facilitate and promote curbside business service. Staff can identify measures that can further expand temporary signage restrictions to promote menus and services. Delivery of orders can be provided to the subject vehicles curbside, where households can choose to take the orders home, or in the case of a meal order, consume it within their vehicle with members of their own household. City can also offer assistance to offset costs for such marketing materials and holiday facade decorations, such as holiday-themed uplighting and temporary amplified sound programmed periods to make either curbside private parking lots of downtown parking as enjoyable and safe experience for everyone. To assist businesses in downtown Torrance and promote visitors to the area, staff is also recommending that City Council consider adding permanent public seating in the downtown Torrance where feasible. Earlier tonight, we heard from our consultants working on the downtown development plan, and I think these enhancements may add value to our efforts. Options will include semicircular tree benches, full circular tree benches, and standalone benches. And should the council direct staff to pursue this option, there is available funding in the city's COVID-19 Business Assistance Program budget. Lastly, our emergency operations team is actively monitoring the recent vaccine distribution developments and will provide updates as vaccine distributions expand in the upcoming weeks and months. And as everyone, we're hopeful and optimistic that everyone that's available can receive the vaccine and we can turn the page. As stated during our weekly updates, the health and safety of our employees, their families, and our community members continues to be the city's top priority. I would like to once again thank city residents, businesses, and our city staff for their continued efforts to keep our number of positive cases to a minimum. At this time, Your Honor, I will turn it over to the Community Development Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Linda Sessner with the Community Development Department. Are we working? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thanks. Sorry.
Yes, we can.
It's been interesting this evening. So currently we've got several types of public seating in the downtown, and we've got some slides that will show you some of these. There are informal areas around the planters of several of the palm trees in the area where people can sit. There is also park bench style seating areas in several locations in the downtown. Next slide, please. There's some recently installed public seating that we have put in. In the Cravens Avenue project, additional seating was added to enhance the pedestrian experience in that area. The new seating areas include new bench-style seats as well as reconfigured planter areas. At the time the Cravens project was developed, it was anticipated that these street furniture elements would serve as a prototype for further developments throughout the downtown area. So we'd be looking to do something similar to what these are as we move forward in the downtown area. Next slide, please. There's several locations where there's the possibility for adding additional seating. This is the Keller Memorial Park, and you'll notice there's several areas marked with X's where seating could be placed and people would be able to sit in the park area. Next slide, please. The JFK Park area, there's also several areas there where seating could be placed for the public. Next slide. These are some examples of some of the kinds of seating that we would be able to put in. There's semicircle, full circle for the trees, and also the flat benches. Next slide, please. There's several areas that we could be looking at. Again, the circular or the semicircular seating options around the trees. We could also find areas where the sidewalk folds out, where we have additional space that we could place some new seating. Next slide, please. The important factors that we need to consider when looking for additional seating locations include the need to maintain the pedestrian and the handicap access. We need to avoid conflicts with existing features such as trash containers and bike racks. Locations also need to be assessed in terms of distance from car overhang at parking stalls, distance from handicap ramps and crosswalk areas. And also, in the past, there have been some businesses that requested that benches not be placed near their location or have asked that benches be relocated, so we need to be working with the businesses as well. These are all factors that we need to assess if we are going to proceed with an examination of additional public seating in the downtown. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cessna. Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you. Just quickly talking about this, number one, we're looking at redeveloping the downtown. I think we need more seating down there, but another big thing for me, looking at this quickly, we need to be consistent, I think, in our design of what we're putting out. I don't want to see a mishmash of one kind of bench or one kind of circular seating area around a tree, and then you go a block and there's something different. And we tend to do that sometimes because times change and designs change. But I think we need a consistent design of whatever we're doing down there so we don't look like a mishmash of stuff going on. That's my comment.
Anybody else? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. A couple of questions, maybe it's clarification. With your thought process, seems like you only identify the Torrance downtown area. Was there a particular reason that was the only area I looked at? Because we have business throughout the city of Torrance. And then the other thing is, looking at these potential benches, are you looking at it as permanent? Because then it goes back to Councilmember Ashcraft. We're looking at redesigning, redeveloping the whole area. Or we put something in to tear it up, or this is only temporary, you're thinking, until the situation with COVID-19 is over.
Councilman Chen, this is Adam. Sorry, this is Adam Chaparian. We in such I'm sorry, one of those nights. In such a short period of time, we're trying to bring you options in response to a request last Tuesday. We're not intending to have these structures be permanent. Points well taken, Councilwoman Ashcraft and Councilman Chen. We would like to approach downtown in a broader perspective. However, these will be just short-term measures to expand capacity in sitting. The reason we went with the downtown footprint, because we have existing infrastructure there with the tree wells and existing benches. Other areas, such as I mentioned last week, PCH and Hawthorne, happen to be state highways, and the proximity to vehicular traffic and safety concerns, we felt without expanding public space per se and potentially being in violation of the safer at home rules, we would just expand our existing footprint. That's why we emphasized downtown for a quick response to your request from last week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths, you have a question?
Actually, audio issues.
It's really bad.
Breaking up, Council.
A lot of technical issues tonight.
Can you hear me now?
No.
So choppy.
Can I have the opportunity to call back in? I'd like to stay on this item.
Why don't you give a try on the audio for the Zoom and mute your phone? See if that
Mayor,
works.
we can pick up the audio volume, I believe. Michael Smith, if you can verify, please, if we go with the Zoom route.
Can you hear me now that I'm on my speakerphone rather than on my headset?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. I think it was a Bluetooth problem.
Maybe it was my Bluetooth issue. Okay, thank you, staff, for all your efforts on this issue on a short notice. As far as the benches go, I view them as temporarily permanent. We don't know when the redevelopment actually is going to happen, and I think these benches will add a nice touch to the downtown area where we have wider sidewalks availability and a lot of businesses that I think would benefit from this type of benching in the area. So I'm in support of moving forward with that. I guess my only concern would be homeless issues related to that, but it looks like the flat bench has some sort of a mechanism to help prevent that. But that would be a little bit of a concern. We'd have to watch for that if we do move forward with it. I also want to thank staff for getting additional clarification on the Manhattan Beach issue. I was a strong supporter of what they did, but after the recent county orders on December 9th and the fact that our public areas really would only affect a small percentage of our restaurants, most of which have their patios on private property, not public, I think it's just going to make it moot for us to try to institute the Manhattan Beach policy. But I wanted to thank staff for moving forward with that. And as much as I would love to see our restaurants have seating available for their takeout customers, I see it creating more problems than it's going to solve for the small percentage of restaurants. So those are my primary comments, and I would like to see the benches move forward.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councilmember Griffiths. Our downtown revitalization is not going to be in 2 or 3 years. By the time we get to infrastructure, sidewalks, etc., the benches will probably have reached their end of their life, or at least approaching it. So I'd like to see us go forward with that aspect of it. It's very difficult in other areas, as staff pointed out. You can't put benches every place, and then, of course, then you're going to have the issue about loitering on the benches. But hopefully that won't become an issue. Hopefully we will get through this. But at least we're doing something, and it's much better than doing nothing. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thanks. I just have a quick question. Is there any way to match what we have already down there or something very close to it?
Mrs. Adam, I was thinking the same point. We'll try to match the colors and design as much as possible to make a blend in with the existing material out there.
Okay. Yeah, that would be good because we do need more seating. But like I said, I hate to see a mishmash of stuff going on. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the seating would be good for other events that are downtown, too. I mean, we want to make that a walkable area, but a walkable area also needs a place to take a rest and enjoy whatever's happening. So I think it'll actually accent the area down there. And I think, of course, talking to the business people, some people want a bench in front of their store and others won't. But we can resolve that. We have a good network with the downtown business people. Anything else? If nothing else, then I'll take a motion to accept and file. And I think we've given direction, too, right? Councilmember Griffiths.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Tom? Okay, good. Whatever the problem was, it seems to be gone. I'll go ahead and motion to accept and file and have staff move forward with the benches in downtown.
Thank you, Councilmember
Kalani.
And Kalani will second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmembers Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Moving on to 9B, which is from Finance and Public Works to approve a transfer agreement under the Safe Clean Water Municipal Program from staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Ian Daly from the Finance Department. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Finance Director and Public Works Director that City Council approve a transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District to provide annual funding through the Safe Clean Water Municipal Program, better known as Measure W, for the period of June 25th, 2020 through June 30th, 2024. In November 2018, voters approved Measure W, the Safe Clean Water Program, which is a parcel tax that seeks to increase LA County's local water supply, improve water quality, and invest in local communities. Under this program, 40% of the funding is allocated to cities as local return funds, and the city will receive direct funding from the county. It is estimated that Torrance will receive approximately $2.39 million to support activities in fiscal year 2020-2021. Tonight's staff requests approval of the transfer agreement between the City of Torrance and the LA County Flood Control District. I'm available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So I will take a motion to approve the transfer agreement. Councilmember Griffiths.
Move to concur with staff recommendation.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmembers Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item is item 9C from Public Works to approve a second amendment to extend the agreement for water uses at the Torrance Refinery.
Good evening, Mayor. Yes. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Chuck Scheich with Public Works Department. Item 9C is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the City Council approve a second amendment to a tri-party agreement between the City of Torrance, the Torrance Refining Company, and the West Bay Municipal Water District for an amount not to exceed $2 million for the use of recycled water at the Torrance Refinery for the period of 2 months beginning January 1st, 2021, ending February 28th, 2022. 21, excuse me. Although considerable progress has been made in resolving outstanding on-site infrastructure and financial issues between the Torrance Refinery and the West Base Municipal Water District, there are still a few outstanding matters that need to be resolved. All parties are committed to completion of the new comprehensive recycled water service agreement with the refinery prior to the end of the extension period. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chuck. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a quick clarification because the way it's written, it seems to indicate that the city of Torrance is paying the $2 million. Oh, my bad. I read it in reverse. It's actually a Torrance Refining Company paying the $2 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Torrance Refining Committee actually reimburses us for those costs.
My bad. I read that in reverse. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the second amendment to the tri-party agreement. Councilmember, well, everybody was really quick on that one. Councilmember Ashcraft.
I move to approve the second amendment, 9C.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
All right. Moving on to item 9D from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine need to extend our local emergency related to COVID-19. From staff.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This is the item that we bring periodically before the council, so the council has a chance to review the state of emergency related to COVID-19. That was declared first by the city manager on March 12th, 2020, and then ratified by the city council on March 16th. The government code requires a review every 60 days to determine by the city council to determine whether the state of emergency still needs to be continued. The governor's order actually suspended this provision, but we like to bring it back so the council has a chance to discuss it, much like item 9A that occurred earlier. Just for the public's knowledge, this item does not affect any of the orders issued by the LA County Department of Public Health or the California Department of Public Health or any of the stay-at-home orders. This item just allows the city council to allow the city of Torrance to apply for reimbursement from the state and federal governments for any expenditures related to COVID-19, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We do have a question from Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want some clarification. I know that we've extended this before, and in my head trying to think about, is there a downside to not continuing? So one question is, have we had the opportunity to request any reimbursement funding for related to COVID-19 yet, or we have to wait till sometime in future?
I would have to defer to the city manager and the finance director on that.
Councilman, we have received $1.7 million in CARES funding, and we're hopeful we'll receive additional funding as Congress authorizes the next level of the funding level for cities.
But is that if we did not extend this resolution, will we not have received that funding? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, the recommendation from our EOC coordinator under the FEMA rules and federal requirements is that we continue this emergency, local emergency.
If you're not in a state of emergency,
right?
I apologize. Yeah, if you're not in a state of emergency, you can't request funds from the state and federal government.
Okay, that's really what I was thinking, because I was thinking we're going to get the money anyway. I was just wondering.
Not without this.
Right, exactly. I just want to make sure that was clear. For a while, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we do a lot of things because of COVID-19, and this makes it that we're in at least the potential of reimbursement. It's up to Congress and the state of California if we'll get any, but we have to keep this. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to, or actually, we need a number and title on this one.
Rebecca, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I apologize. I was trying to locate the resolution. This is resolution number 2020-135, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
Take a motion to adopt. Councilmember Chip.
Yeah, move to concur with staff recommendation from the City Attorney and City Manager and adopt Resolution 2020-135.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmembers Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9F, as in Frank, from the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee. Review and take action on the honored branch, cancellation deadline, and naming of the 2021 Armed Forces Day Parade celebration. Councilmember Ashcraft, or Chair Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, everyone. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee met on Monday, November 30th to receive a planning update on the 2021 Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Staff presented various recommendations in order to move forward with the planning. The committee requested that staff return with an item for City Council to review and to take action. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Captain Mark Athan to present the recommendations to the City Council for review. I hope he's online.
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Ashcraft. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor, members of the council, the item before you tonight is a recommendation from staff related to 3 specific items. We're going to be recommending tonight that for this next parade in 2021 that the military branch to be honored be the Army. We are going to recommend that it keeps the title of the 61st Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration, and we're going to be requesting that there's a deadline date set of March 1st, and I'd just like to go over all 3 of these things in a little more detail. So first and foremost, as we all know, Saturday, May 16th of 2020, this year was to be the 61st celebration. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, the 61st celebration, which was 61 years consecutively, the streak was broken. We were to honor the Coast Guard in this year, 2020. So the police department staff does keep a running honored service schedule, and all of the military branches are well informed years in advance of which year they will be the honored branch. So, for example, the schedule I'm currently looking at goes all the way out to the year 2030. So all of the branches know which years they're to be honored, and they all plan accordingly. So this was something that, due to COVID-19, our well-oiled machine for 60 years, we were given some challenges here of how to proceed in 2021 with the honoring branch and the name, et cetera. So what staff did was 2021, this next year, on the schedule was to be the Army. So the question posed to staff internally was, do we keep with the Coast Guard, who was supposed to be in 2020, or do we stay with the scheduled Army for 2021? The direction given from the Special Standing Committee was to reach out to the military branches, specifically the Coast Guard and Army, to get their feedback because, quite frankly, Army was gearing up and ramping up to be the honored branch for 2021. So I am happy to report to Council that staff did reach out to the Coast Guard, staff did reach out to the Army, and they're in concurrence that 2021 will be the Army, and then in 2022 it will be the Coast Guard, and then in 2023 the Air Force, and basically back on schedule. So that's the reasoning behind staff recommendation to move forward in 2021 with the Army being the honored military branch. It is in concurrence with both the Coast Guard and the Army. As for the title, staff was questioning whether the virtual celebration that we did last year would be representative of the number 61. But after doing some research and again internal discussions with the standing committee, it is staff's recommendation to keep with the number 61 in 2021 if in fact we are able to move forward with the parade. So it is staff's recommendation that we title the 2021 celebration as the 61st annual Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration. Regarding the requested deadline from staff of March 1st, so if Council, as things progress with COVID, and I know there's a lot of unknowns out there, and it would be irresponsible of me to try to project where we're going to be at that time. As of right now, staff is planning as if we are going to hold the 2021 celebration on Saturday, May 15th, to honor the Army, and the military branches have responded saying, you know, paraphrasing, we are planning on it as of right now, but tentatively, based off of what the conditions may be at that time. So we're moving forward as if we are going to host the parade. The reason why we're asking for the March 1st deadline, if Council were to decide to cancel the parade, is basically related to the scheduling of staff and the reservation of a lot of logistics that go on. So basically staff is requesting that as of March 1st, if Council decides or the City Manager's office decides to cancel the parade, that we know by that date, you know, at the latest. We could, you know, you can make the decision prior to March 1st, that's fine, but we're requesting that the latest date that we know if there is going to be a cancellation be March 1st, because then we will not move forward with all of the scheduling and stuff. So we'll keep moving forward up until that point as if we're going to have it. And if we continue, great. But that's kind of the reasoning behind all of that, behind the request for the deadline date. I think that covers what I was looking to present tonight, but I'm available for any questions should Council have any.
Thank you, Captain. There is a question by Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain Nathan. This is something I probably should have thought about when we had the special committee meeting, because the calendar of which branch we honor, things that goes to 2030-ish. One is, I think you said in 2022 we'll be honoring the Coast Guards and back on schedule. Does that mean the Coast Guards was, I don't know if I heard that right, was coming back? It would have been 2020 Coast Guards, 2021 Army, and then 2022 Coast Guard again. I don't know if I just heard it wrong. And then my second question is, now that we have the U.S., the Space Force as another branch, kind of almost like, are we starting to think about that long-term programming? It's not. It doesn't have. It won't affect 2021. I was just thinking, since everybody is laid out until 2030-ish, something like that.
Yes, council member. So for the second part, the Space Force, I hadn't even thought of that. I don't know if staff has, but that's something we can definitely reach out to the branches of the military to see if that's what we would like to do as a city, if they would like us to do that as a city, or we'll take the direction from city council. Either way, but we can definitely reach out and see if they would like to be an honored branch in our celebration. So I could definitely follow up on that. As for the schedule, yeah, it is definitely possibly I misspoke there. Basically, I guess it looks like it's kind of getting bumped a year. So 2021, this next coming year is the Army, 22 is Coast Guard, 23 Air Force, 24 Marines, 25 Navy, and then 26 will be Army, Coast Guard, Air Force. And it just kind of reshuffled the deck there for that 1 year, but we'll stick with this current schedule of Coast Guard following the Army from this point forward.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else? Seeing none, we'll take a motion to concur with the committee's recommendation. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to concur with the recommendations.
Councilmember Griffin.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmembers Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9G from the city manager to adopt a resolution to appoint an interim police chief. Expenditure and staff. I guess Mr. Shaparian.
Actually, another staff member, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Perfect. Viet Huang City Manager's Office. As you already know, Chief Berg has announced her retirement effective January 8th, 2021. Human Resources will be bringing a recommendation to the Civil Service Commission in January for the recruitment of the police chief vacancy, followed by a recommendation to City Council. The item before you tonight, item 9G, is a recommendation of the city manager that City Council adopt a resolution to ratify the appointment of former Deputy Chief of Police John McGeff as interim police chief while the recruitment is being conducted. The interim appointment is anticipated for a duration of up to 960 hours, which is approximately 6 months, and the expenditure is $121,850, which is available in the police department operating budget. The interim appointment complies with the requirements of applicable government codes, which allows the city to employ CalPERS annuitants, and in this case, specifically a CalPERS annuitant who will be performing functions regularly performed by a public safety officer. Should your honorable body concur with staff's recommendation, the interim appointment will take effect December 21st, 2020, so that there can be a brief overlap between the interim police chief and the outgoing police chief. And staff is available for any questions on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so I'll take I guess I need a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-136, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying the appointment of CalPERS annuitant John Robert McGeff as interim police chief.
Motion to concur and adopt the resolution. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you. I move to concur with the appointment and adopt the resolution 2020-136.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Council Members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9H from Transit to approve a Fourth Amendment to contract service agreements for Torrance Community Transit Program, senior taxi, and disabled dial-a taxi from staff.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. The item before you is requesting your honorable body's approval of a Fourth Amendment to the contracts with Administrative Services Co-op of Gardena, California, All Yellow Taxi, also with Gardena, California, and the Bell Cab Company of Hawthorne, California. These three taxi companies help the Transit Department to operate the Torrance Community Transit Program, which is a on-demand dial-a-ride service for senior and disabled residents who reside in the city of Torrance. The amendment extends the term of the program until December 31st, 2021, and because there is sufficient funding in the program at the moment, staff is not requesting any additional funds at this time. Normal operating budget for the program is typically $1.3 million. However, in light of recent and current events, staff does not anticipate program expenditures to exceed 75% during calendar year 2021. And with that, staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So I'll take a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the contract services agreements. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, that's a great program for our seniors, so I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Council Members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9I as an Isaac. On December 10th, 2020, the City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee, which includes Council Member Ashcraft, Council Member Griffiths, and myself as chair of the committee, met to review the 2020 to 2022 priority projects. We discussed potential funding opportunities with overview from Jill Mulder with Blaze and Associates, and we received a federal legislative update from Steve Palmer with Van Skyok Associates. A total of 27 projects were identified by Community Development, Community Services, Police, Public Works, and Transit. At the meeting, the committee was informed that the Police Department received funding for the Unmanned Aerial Systems Program, commonly referred to as drones. So now the city has a total of 26 priority projects for years 2020 through 2022. Due to COVID-19, there is an uncertainty on the availability of funding for the 2020-2022 priority projects. The priority projects have an availability of funding at the local, state, and federal level. It is anticipated that there will be funding available at the federal level for transit and police-related projects. Currently, 2 transit projects are targeted for local funding through Measure R. Based on the federal legislative update, the city can expect another COVID funding bill through the Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solutions Act, or HEROES Act, hopefully by the end of this week. If not, the bill will carry over to the new administration in 2021. Funding for COVID-19 for distribution, release of vaccines, and testing will be a top priority. It is anticipated that federal funding with an emphasis on infrastructure and police reform and transportation projects tied to public transit bus operation and highways. Also, broadband and wastewater are other projects that might be considered for funding. Return of earmarks for water and transit projects. I think it's been 10 years since earmarks have even been discussed in Washington, D.C. Loans to state and local government rather than grants. And both state and committee find these, both staff and committee find these projects to be aligned with legislative priorities at the federal and the state level that focus on transportation, public safety, and water conservation. So at this time, I'd like to request concurrence from Council to approve the 2020 to 2022 priority projects. We have any questions from staff? I see none, so I'll take a motion to concur with the committee's recommendation. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to concur with the recommendations of the committee.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilmember Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmembers Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Moving on to 9J, which is from Public Works, to appropriate funds, award Public Works agreements for Pacific Coast Highway at Hawthorne Boulevard intersection improvements, T131, and approve cooperative agreement with California Department of Transportation, Caltrans. From staff.
Good evening, Steve Fenton, Public Works. This is a major milestone for this project. It's been under development for quite a few years. This item actually accomplishes a lot. It's 5 items. First is that City Council approve the plans and specifications for the project. Secondly, that City Council concur with the California Department of Transportation's approval of the addendum to the 2014 initial study and mitigated negative declaration. Next, to appropriate transportation impact fee funds in the amount of $100,000 to the project, bringing total TIF fund appropriations to $250,000 and total project appropriations to $19,850,000. And next, to award a public works agreement to Griffith Company of Santa Fe Springs, California, in the amount of $8,076,213 and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $807,621 for construction of the PCH at Hawthorne Boulevard intersection improvement, project T-131 for a 2-year period. And lastly, to approve a cooperative agreement with Caltrans related to construction of the project. After the City Council approves this, we would move into the contract execution period. And during that time, we'd be working with Caltrans to continue trying to meet some of these permit conditions that they have placed on the project. Caltrans issued a conditional permit back in June, which allowed us to go out to bid. Allowed us to go out to bid and save a little bit of time there. We've been working on that ever since, and during the bidding process, we've been making submittals to Caltrans, and we've knocked off the majority of them. We have a handful that we're still working on. In fact, I'm sitting at my desk right now. I'm making plan revisions. So once we get the contracts on board, we will hopefully get everything in line so he can pull his double permit. So the contractor has to pull a second permit, and that's what I'm setting the stage for now. We'll sit down with the contractor and see and use his expertise in order to potentially create some efficiencies on the project so that we can perhaps lower costs and reduce impacts on the motoring public. We believe the project will take 7 to 8 months to complete and should be complete by the end of 2021. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fitton. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Steve, for your report on this. Anybody who's been paying attention for the last few years, this is my 7th year talking about this project. The bureaucracy on this project is just unbelievably ridiculous because of Caltrans' involvement. And I'm thrilled to see that we finally have a bid. And by the way, I want to make sure it's clear that I'm no relation to the company that was the low bidder, even though the name is similar. So I'm pleased to see that we're finally moving forward. I thought I read in the item that construction wouldn't start until the end of 2021, which means it would be the completion date would not be until 2022. Did I misread, or were your statements just now made correct?
Yeah, what I said is correct. If I said that in the report, that was a typo. The intent.
Okay, so you anticipate that it'll be complete by the end of 2021 is the anticipation?
Yes.
That's great news. Now, this poses another question for me. If we had taken over the responsibility of DCH and Hawthorne, as opposed to having Caltrans do that, which is an option for us, how many years would that have cut off this project?
Oh, goodness. 7, 8 years.
And we're going to be doing the same thing again with another intersection on Crenshaw and PCH. And I'm just wondering, should we reconsider the potential for taking over responsibility for these highways from Caltrans to allow us to move forward without the just burdensome bureaucracy that Caltrans imposes?
I don't think that's a question for Mr. Fenton. Yeah. That's maybe a question for Ram Shapari and our finance director and our attorney.
I know it's a big loaded question, but I wanted to breach that topic again because I know we've talked about it over the years, and it's been a while, so maybe it's time to revisit.
Council, this is Adam Chaparian, City Manager. We do have a request to Caltrans on that very question. Once we get the cost estimates, we'll come back to Council with direction. But each time we go to Caltrans, it's a significant amount. But like Mayor said, we'll circle back and give you an update. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm totally in support of getting this thing moving and seeing the shovel finally turn. Thank you.
Do you see the irony that we're doing a project to make traffic faster, and it takes forever and really slow to get through the process? You said 7 years. I saw Councilmember Ashcraft kind of shake her head because it predates that 7 by a number of years. But we keep plodding along. Eventually, it's going to get done, isn't it? And this is the best news we've heard in those at least 10 years that we're really that close to it. So I think we should all be very pleased. Of course, I always enjoy this because people will complain about that intersection, and they have for years. But when we go to shovel, we're all going to hear some really bad complaints of why we're doing that because it's slowing up their travel through the city, through that intersection. But, we go through that for 7, 8, 10 months, and eventually everything will be okay. Don't forget about it. Any other questions, comments? Take a motion. To concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director, Councilmember Griffiths.
I move that we start shoveling some dirt. Please concur with the staff recommendation as my motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second 9J.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
All right, moving on to item 9K, as in Kate, from the City Manager and the City Attorney, ratification and extension of administrative orders. from
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. Yes, sir. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. 9K is the recommendation of the City Manager and City Attorney of Council adopt a resolution ratifying the administrative orders by the City Manager issued from October 23rd, 2020 to December 11th, 2020. And attachment A provides the list of the administrative orders. I'm available for any questions you may have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? I see none. So, City Clerk, could we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-137, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying administrative orders issued by the City Manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services between October 23rd, 2020 and December 11th, 2020.
Thank you. Take a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-137. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to adopt resolution number 2020-137.
Oh.
Councilmember Ashcroft.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Tucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Council Members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
All right. Which now takes us down to City Council oral communication. First one up is Mr. Matucci. Nothing there. Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. As we close, I would like to offer condolences one more time to the Griffiths family for Dr. Owen Griffith, his passing. Dr. Griffith and I became pretty good friends because when he left the Torrance Unified School Board, I followed him there. And I also followed him at SoCal Rocks, better known as SCROC by most people. He was a founding member, and I don't think that was mentioned. He was a founding member of SCROC. And then I followed him most recently on the Los Angeles County Committee for School Districting. And he was a longtime member there. And it's amazing the amount of work that man did. And with the support of his wife, Irene, we truly, truly appreciate him. And he will be really missed. Remember Torrance Theater Company, 6 o'clock on this coming Sunday, December 20th. You have to go online, Torrance Theater Company, make your reservation, and pay for tickets this time. Also, my wishes are, may your holidays be as bright and merry as can be while staying safe by distancing, masking, and washing your hands. Merry Christmas. We'll see you in the new year.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. My request is for everyone, just hang in there. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Vaccine has made it to the West Coast. Stay safe. Merry Christmas, and see y'all back in 2021.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich. Nothing there. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a bladder buster of a meeting, and since we haven't had a recess, but I do have something important I want to bring up, since it will be almost 1 month before we meet again. And so the important item of business that I would kindly request concurrence from my colleagues is that the California State Legislature has reconvened as of this week and already has put forth a new bill, SB 9, which is the reincarnation of previous bill SB 1120, which was seconds away from passing earlier this year, but thankfully did not, and which will destroy our single-family neighborhoods and take away our ability as local officials to have any say in the matter. We must speak up strongly and early to oppose this and other bills which are expected to come forward. So specifically, I request that staff bring back an item at the earliest possible meeting to be able to discuss this bill and others that have the potential to remove our ability to manage our own zoning and land use, and to discuss options we may take to influence the votes on these bills. Do I have concurrence?
I have 5.
That'll do. Thank you very much. And then in closing, I would like to extend my warmest wishes to everyone for the holidays. I, for one, will be very happy to see 2020 be behind us, and I look forward to the good that 2020 can hopefully bring. Please stay healthy and safe as we wait for the vaccine to get to us. Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. As we say goodbye to 2020, I just wish everyone peace and joy this holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and please be safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Ashcraft brought up about Councilmember Griffiths. I know she had the opportunity, the privilege to serve with him at the TUSD, and so many different committees and SCROC and just about everything in our community. I had the distinct pleasure to sit alongside Dr. Griffith at the Torrance Unified School District Personnel Commission for a couple of years, and really enjoyed the relationship. But he and his rusty tin band were just known throughout. He would schlep all those cans and strike up some music, and we didn't say enough about that in our adjournment in his honor. He was just a vibrant guy, and his family is the same exact way. I had the privilege to talk to his daughter, Dr. Nancy Griffith, the other day, and I let her know that we would be doing this, so Irene would make sure that she looked in, and she assured me that she watches absolutely every Torrance City Council meeting. So I told her to keep her ears quiet during that first hour or so, but to enjoy the rest of it, and let us know if we're doing things that are wrong. And Irene will certainly do that for sure. Tonight is the last meeting for Chief Byrd. Our chief is retiring as of next year, early January, but today is her last meeting of this year and our last meeting with us. And on behalf of my family and my colleagues, I want to thank her for the service that she has rendered to us as a community. It has not been an easy year. It has not been an easy 3 years that the chief came here. I'm certain that when she signed on to guide our police department, she never saw what was going to be happening in those 3 years. But she's done that with dignity, aplomb, and pride, and always the greatest professionalism you could ever ask for out of a police chief. And for that, I think we thank her, and we look forward to her friendship in the future. She will come back. A round of applause for Chief Byrd. Now, I have an oral as well, but this impacts one of our council members in her professional role, so I'm going to ask Patrick, if I ask for concurrence on something, can a council member just not chime in and avoid any issues, or would she have to remove herself from the meeting? I hate to do it early.
Yeah, I think for concurrence, you're just asking for essentially enough of the council. I think if she just doesn't act on it, I think that's fine. And then if it comes back, or if, I guess if the safest bet, if she wants to, she can just recuse herself and leave the meeting now. But I think if she's not advocating, she's probably fine. But the safest bet would be to recuse herself.
Okay. Turn your picture up, man. There are numerous mortuaries and cemeteries that serve the residents of Torrance and the greater South Bay. Workers in this industry are exposed daily to possible COVID-19 infection through the services they provide in assisting families who have suffered the death of a loved one. I asked for concurrence of my colleagues to send a letter to the Los Angeles County Department of Health, the California Department of Public Health, and any relevant federal agencies to consider classifying mortuary and cemetery professionals with the same urgency as healthcare providers in the coronavirus vaccine distribution. I think it's a fair thing to ask for some people who actually are involved with the last days of actually after someone has passed, the family. So could I get a concurrence from council to send that letter? Okay, we have 4, and 4 out of 7, and the other 3 are missing. So thank you very much. We'll get a letter out to that. And as this is our last City Council meeting of the year, I want to wish all of you out there happy holidays and healthy and fresh new year. 2020 has been a year we won't soon forget. As we start the new year, let us remember the perseverance we've experienced, the way we've come together to support each other and keep the community spirit we all know Torrance to have. I'm so very proud of our community and what we've accomplished. I've seen neighborly spirit, volunteerism at its very best, undeniable dedication, grit, and determination to win this battle against COVID. Our teachers and school administration, essential workers from hospitality, the grocery and retail stores, to the city staff, police, and fire for maintaining our services and safety, and of course, the medical staff and the frontline employees have put themselves in the thick of everything to keep us healthy. Each and every one of you have been through the bringer. You have adapted, acted quickly, and collaborated to slow the spread to the rest of our community. Thank you for wearing your mask, staying socially distancing, limiting your outings. I mean it when I say I am proud of all of you. I mean it when I say I respect you for respecting the health of others. I mean it when I say thank you for fighting this battle with us. Every time I see someone keeping their social distance, wearing their mask, and respecting the problem, it just makes me feel so very, very proud of you citizens. But I would be very remiss if I didn't mention the people we've lost to this pandemic. Friends and family members who won't be with us during the holidays. The businesses and their employees still trying to keep afloat. And of course, the businesses and their staff that were not able to survive through this time already. To every person directly affected by this virus, our thoughts are with you, and we wish you good health, send you strength and success in the new year. We're currently experiencing the result of broader noncompliance from the Thanksgiving holiday. Regrettably, we anticipated this surge. It was predicted. Everybody knew it was going to come. Yet we urged everyone to not do the Thanksgiving family gatherings. But the county has asked us to stay home as much as possible now and wear face masks when outside, even when exercising at the beach and parks. Wearing a mask is a gift you can give this holiday. It protects those around you, your family, your friends, coworkers, those who may be susceptible to catching the virus. All public and private gatherings and events with individuals not from the same household are prohibited. And it's not to punish people, it's to protect people. The only gatherings that are permitted are faith-based services and protests. Residents are still permitted to travel to and from essential businesses, work, or provide services to a healthcare operation or essential businesses. Residents may also engage in essential activities or participate in permitted individual or household outdoor and indoor activities while practicing required distancing, infection control, and masking. All remember the mantra: stay in place, maintain your space, and cover your face. We are asked to limit gatherings, but our local businesses and restaurants, even with those orders that are extremely taxing on them, have set up ways to protect us from exposure. Let's support them by ordering takeout and curbside. I know it's tempting to order from delivery services that provide retail and food service from outside our city, but hey, let's put our money where our heart is and buy local, shop, eat, and support local. Let's come together and support our people. And by the way, when you order for pickup, mention that you don't need utensils or paper goods. Save them a couple pennies on that as well. Every penny counts in this situation. For current information concerning COVID-19, visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. From the Fury household to everyone out there, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy Hanukkah. However you celebrate smaller this year so that we can celebrate real big next year. Thank you all. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, January 12th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-3320, stay-at-home order issued March 19th, 2020, Acting State Public Health Officer Erica Pan's Regional Stay-at-Home Order issued December 3rd, 2020, and the County of Los Angeles Public Health Officer's Temporary Targeted Safer at Home Health Officer Order for Control of COVID-19, Tier 1 Substantial Surge Updated Response, revised order issued December 6, 2020, that temporarily replaces and suspends the Public Health Officer's Temporary Targeted Safer at Home Health Officer Order for Control of COVID-19, Tier 1 Substantial Surge Updated Response, revised order issued November 28, 2020, and the Public Health Officer's Reopening Safer at Work and in the Community for Control of COVID-19 Order Blueprint for a Safer Economy, Tier 1 Surge Response, revised order issued November 25, 2020. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference or other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3, Spectrum, and Channel 31 Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Tuesday, December 22nd, December 29th, 2020, and January 5th, 2021 are council dark nights. Boy, the adjournment now takes longer than the meeting.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Colati.
I'll second that. Good job.
I saw a run on
Roll
set.
call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Griffith?
After all that, it better be us.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Bertucci is absent. Mayor Fury?
I got tired of listening. Yes.
That motion carried with Councilmembers Goodrich and Bertucci absent.
Still absent. Happy holidays, everybody.